And we are live. Welcome back, everybody. Dipcatcher Radio, back again. Coming back to you for another live stream. Second one of the day. Earlier today, we discussed how the Hedron deployer minting 5.5 million team impacts everything. So go watch that if you haven't. And today we're just going to be talking a little bit more about the perpetual pools, answering any questions, and then the tail end, I'll be doing some work on the dashboard for staking your perpetual pool tokens in the Diamond Hand contract. So we'll get that underway. Let's see what's up in the chat. Hex Hodl says, "Why dump, sir? When pump, sir? Just more sellers than buyers. Simple. Maybe not in terms of numbers, but in terms of size. There's always going to be a lot of people with a ton of hex to sell that are massively in profit. And so if there aren't enough buyers to counter that, then the price goes down." What's up, Hex Logic? Name our winner from the giveaway. Send me your address, and then I'll get you your winnings. Was all that Maxi Hedron contract minted for team from? Was all that Maxi Hedron contract minted for team from? So, if you're asking about the Hedron deployer who minted that much Maxi, that Maxi came from the WhatsApp launch. The "we are all the source address." Okay, Siri clarifies question. This was all the Maxi Hedron contract minted for team from WhatsApp, or where? Yeah, it was from WhatsApp. It came out to be, it was 5 million of the, I think, 26 million total, or it was 27 million. They burnt 1 million Maxi, so shout out the Hedron deployer for that. And then they minted the other portion, or they minted 5 million, and then so of the total that comes out to like what's 5 million out of the 26 million, something like, I don't know, 20%. So Cedar Ramon asks, how long will transitioning period at end of staking pools term? So for base trio, that is 7 days. For Lucky and DECI, that is 14 days. So you have a little bit longer of a period in between those. And then the shorter or the longer ones, it's like they can be longer because that's less of a percent of the total. It's like, even the 7 days out of the 365, that's like 2%. Whereas 14 days out of 3,696 days, that's nothing. So the longer ones, we can afford to be a little bit longer period in between, but the shorter ones, it's really just got to get done. So 7 days for the ones in between, or for the base trio, and then 14 days for the longer ones. Hexbug says, that's a shit ton of Maxi sent for WhatsApp. Kudos to your relationship and trust. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild that that much Maxi went into WhatsApp, and then a big portion of it kind of came right back in our ecosystem. Now, the Hedron deployer now has a team, and so looks like the Hedron deployer is pretty diversified across the whole ecosystem. And then who knows that's what we were talking about earlier. The Hedron deployer, they can do a lot with it. They could, because if you think about it, the Hedron deployer has a bunch of Maxi and a bunch of team, so they could simply stake the team and earn the staker yield from their perpetual pools. They could sell the team and limit the price until they're all out of team to sell. They could burn the team. They have a history of burning coins, so they could burn the team. They could provide liquidity with Maxi and team, which would be consistent to past behavior that they've done in the hedging ecosystem. That'd be pretty awesome if they were supplying liquidity. Maybe they do that for a couple reasons. Maybe they do that just because it's like an opportunity to monetize those assets. Or maybe they want to be kind of seen as key figures in our ecosystem too. We'd have a key piece of our value proposition is the liquidity, and so that I think could be pretty useful. But yeah, who knows what they do. Name says I made Lucky Style Gladiators posted on Twitter. Here in a sec, we'll pull up Twitter so we can see what that is. That's awesome. Van says Hex stakes are now on 3 chains, 4 chains of Pulse, ETH, ETHW, ETF. Yeah, I heard about that today. I haven't explored that chain yet. If it's legit and the Hex is there, then maybe we'll bundle that into the Epal website. You just have to deploy a whole new one, and then you can toggle between ETF and ETHW. But we'll have to see if that's legit or not. But it's kind of no rush. Hexbook says, great to see Staker app response to the question about adding perpetual stakes to Staker app class today. Yeah, I'd spoken to Steph about a week ago about that topic, and so hopefully we can get that done, and then people can see their Maximus tokens in Staker app and have it contribute to their ranking. That'd be pretty awesome. All right, guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the share button. If you could share this video link in any Telegram chats that you think people might find use from this, Twitter, Facebook, really anywhere. That'd be greatly appreciated. Always good to get more eyeballs on this stuff. It's important information we have to share. Critical opportunities right before us, and we wouldn't want anyone who would want to participate in this stuff to miss out on it just because they didn't hear about it. Let's see what name was saying on Twitter. Let's share our screen. Hey, why can't I find your... NAEEM, what am I thinking? Oh my god. That's awesome. Did you make these on like one of those AI art apps? This is awesome. These gladiators. That's the spirit. That's incredible. What are potentials to turn a perpetual stake into an HSI dual NFT? It's perpetual in name to be able to send to future generations would be amazing. I mean, there's kind of no reason to do it in the NFT when you can just send the token. There's kind of no reason to ever everything you could do with just like the NFT, you could just do with a token, like a normal ERC20. So I don't usually look to NFT as a solution to most things. But you could, I've seen things where there's like NFTs, or if you hold it, you can like redeem the underlying tokens it holds. So that could be a solution or something. But yeah, I mean, you can just send them. You can just send them coins. It doesn't need to be like an NFT. I wouldn't necessarily help that. Mixed, aka Just Soul, what did Sacred say? I mean, I don't want to share too much, but hopefully in one of their future, one of their soon releases, that we may see the Maximus tokens included in there. Let them announce whenever they want to announce stuff. Where can US people buy ETH? Trying to get more Maxi. It's holding a hex premium. I heard Kraken is letting you buy it. So maybe get you on Kraken. It's like pulling teeth. Do my teeth or your teeth? All right, I'm going to share this in the Telegram chat so that I'm live. Our staker teeth. That's funny. All right, let me share this tweet. Will team be redeemable for the Hex Maxi stake pool? No. So in years 3, 6, and 9, if you stake your team, there are Maxi stake rewards in that year. It comes from the 3, 6, 9 Maxi rebate, where 30% of the total Maxi that is minted into team is then redistributed back to team stakers during that year. So team is, I'm very specific about not using the word redeemable, because I don't want to confuse it with how the perpetual pool tokens are redeemable for the underlying hex, where you burn the pool token and redeem the hex. In team, you simply claim the rewards. You don't burn your team to claim the rewards. You just claim the rewards. And then during years 3, 6, and 9, Maxi is one of the rewards. So team members get Maxi, but as far as the Maxi contract ends the hex stake and allows Maxi holders to redeem from that, there is no, the team has nothing to do with that. Because Maxi came before team was even a thought. So let's copy this link. Share this in the chats. Live right now answering questions about perpetual pools. Excellent, Barbie says, thank you for the clarification. Thank you. Let's look at the numbers. Wow, it just goes up every time I look at it. 185 million hex pooled, 20,200 T-shares. DECI being the largest, 112 million X pool. Wow, DECI's probably going to hit the max bigger is better bonus this week. These ones are still trailing. Seems just, I mean, there's just so much more demand for DECI. Obviously, people think Premium's going to run it right back. But because there's so much in DECI, and then Lucky is going to earn, it's not that much of a difference here. I think Lucky's going to have a pretty wild price chart because it has the smallest float and still very long. So Lucky's my favorite. People always ask me which is my favorite, and it has to be Lucky. And then here we are with 50.35 million teams minted, and of that, 34.29 is stake. That puts us at 34.29 divided by 3.35. We're at a 68% stake rate. Our stake rate went down pretty substantially when the Hedron deployer minted 5.5 million team and then kept it liquid. So our stake rate was impacted by that. And it's pretty cool that our other top 5 holders, let's tweet this out. Let's zoom out a little bit and then share this on Twitter. How we have in our team in your leaderboard. So for our top 6 people, it's pretty wild actually. So here, let's paint some narrative here. So our top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Our 7 team. Our 7-figure team pitchers each have either all their stake or all their liquid. Kind of close quantities. Testing this down by the best problem for hexagons is tracking all our hex copies on different networks with value created. Is there value? Like, what's the ETF one? Pretty wild. Naked Stream, yeah. Dip Catcher After Dark. Dip Catcher to Nip Slipper. Dip Catcher to Nip Flasher. DJ Hollywood. Smiling. We're having a good time over here, you guys. Frank Media says I'm gonna get my ETH dub on FTX US. Okay. Team is like premium over the premium. Yeah, it's like the super premium. What are you guys' favorite things about team? Share in the chat. Like, what if someone was to ask you, like, what's your favorite part about team? What would you say? While we wait for those answers, let's look at the charts. So on the USD chart, we are down, but that's just because Hex is down. So when we switch to the Hex view, we are at I have it all zoomed out because this is kind of how I view this. This is kind of the time frame that I'm really looking at this at, where we have the Maxi. The Maxi is probably going to be worth about 6 Hex at the end. That's the number that I say. That would be like if the daily payout per T-share kind of decreased a little bit over time, which it absolutely could. And so like anything above this yellow line is a premium relative to net asset value, and everything below it is a discount to net asset value. But also, I mean, kind of anything below this line is a discount. So I'm really interested to see how this plays out. And it's going to be kind of the same for all of the pools, where we're going to have them ending over whatever the term is. Every day, the amount they earn is kind of constant. Some days it's going to be higher than others with penalties and such, but that's just going to trickle up. But then the market is just going to kind of have a price of its own. And what you can kind of look at, the way I really view this is that, like, when I look at the price, it's kind of hard to just like make sense of like the price like relative to like the 1-to-1 rate, because it's like you can't mint at that rate anymore. So I choose to more look at it in terms of how much time it's pricing in. So if we think it's going to move to 6 over time, then what that suggests is that you see where it says 37 bars right there. Let's see if we can make that a little larger. And so what that's suggesting, just the price being where it is right now. I know that there's other things going on as far as like the burns and the team minting dynamics and everything, but as far as the price being 2.18, that's basically like as if the market was just pricing in how much it's going to earn over the next 37 bars. So it's 3 years. So the market's basically pricing in 3 years of yield. So that's pretty interesting. That's really interesting that the market is doing that, and I wonder and that's probably what people think is going to happen with DECI. But since everyone thinks that's going to happen with DECI, what that really means is that it's mainly going to happen to Lucky, because like if there's something that's just like so plainly obvious, or there's something that everybody is just expecting, that decreases the chances of it happening. Because like if everyone thinks it's going to shoot up to 2-to-1 right away, so they can like be quick to cash out or whatever, then that means a couple things. So one, that means everyone is just going to mint, because they're like, oh, this is going to shoot up right away, and so everyone's going to be minted already. So all the people that like are in the know, they've already minted. So that group of people isn't pushing the price up. It's all these new buyers coming in after that push the price up. So like if everyone thinks it's just instantly going to mark up, then then everyone already minted in there. And then if everyone thinks it's going to be straight 2-to-1, then then someone's going to be like, okay, I'll sell it 1.99. And then someone's like, okay, well, if everyone thinks it's going to be 2, then I'll sell it 1.98. And then someone's like, okay, well, if everyone thinks it's going to be 2, then I'm going to do my target's 1.9. And then as people kind of compress that down, then that's like pressure from the top. And then kind of all the while, Lucky, which has very little float, basically no one talks about the Lucky premium. People only talk about the DECI premium. and it is earning more over this period of time, but like it's not that big of a difference, and it is still quite high. So I don't know. I think since everyone kind of the garden variety opinion is that DECI is the one, I think lucky. That it's a derivative of a derivative of hex. Well, so it's not. I mean, the pools kind of are derivatives in a way, but they're more like they're I'd say they're more derivatives than like Hedron. Like Hedron itself, it's more like merge mining, which is awesome. Like that's like why it's so good. Like that's why I love Hedron, because it's actually kind of an example of something that already works great. So merge mining. Here, let me get my mic closer to me. So who's familiar with merge mining? So merge mining is, let's just look it up. Merge mining, LTC, and Doge. So merge mining is basically where like miners from one network can, like the block hashes that they put forth are honored by another chain. So that's how believe it or not, that's how Dogecoin is mined. So it says Dogecoin has decided to support merge mining with Litecoin and other script-based coins. This is designed to help secure the network, given Doge's rapidly declining miner rewards. Dogecoin has fallen from the early heady days when no one really cared about the sustainability of the coin. Everyone was riding their sheeps to the moon. Today, Dogecoin is facing a whole host of problems. Perhaps the biggest of them was just solved. Dogecoin was facing the possibility of a 51% attack. The coin is rapidly lowering its reward rate for miners. That obviously is resulting in fewer miners, which means a lower hash rate and less secure network. So the community has gone forth with merged mining. Enabling merged mining will allow users to mine Doge and Litecoin at the same time. Sounds a lot like you can stake Hex and earn Hex and Hedron at the same time. It won't change the total output of the coins, but will instead allow miners to receive two revenue streams at the same time. Sounds a lot like Hex and Hedron, increasing the reward. Litecoin's creator, Charlie Lee, has been communicating with the Dogecoin community and has helped make the case for merge mining. So that's what merge mining is, and it's awesome. Like it's an awesome solution, and I think that's why Hedron is so strong, is because it's like merge mining with Hex, and so I think that's pretty awesome. And so that's why I say that because that's why I don't necessarily consider it like a derivative, because like I view derivatives like more like something that expresses the price and like expresses the value of the other thing. Like a futures contract is a derivative where it's expressing the future price of this asset, whereas Hedron is more just like emitted alongside the Hex, where the Hedron price is basically independent of the Hex price, and the Hedron isn't like redeemable for any underlying Hex. So that's why it is kind of a derivative in a way, but I view these pools more just like it's like wrapped Hex. It's like you ever use WETH, like wrapped ETH, but with WETH it's like the ETH, it's always 1-to-1 because that wrapped ETH isn't earning yield, but in our case the wrapped Hex is earning yield. So ours is like a wrapped token, except it's growing its redeemable backing based on the staking. But that is pretty, and so Team, it's not like a derivative of that. It's more like I don't know how to, I mean, Team is the issuer, like even like technically, like in the pool tokens, they were deployed by the Team contract. So like, it's more like Team, like the issuer of these, and it has some exposure to them. So in that sense, it is kind of a derivative. But people that are like serious financial professionals are very strict about how they define something as a derivative. Like options contracts, where it's like you have the option to buy something in the future, and it's kind of like what the pools are. It's like you have the option to redeem something in the future. Yearly rewards on team. The Perpetual pool should keep growing each term. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, especially like, probably the biggest problem that just like right now is that there's just kind of been a squeeze on liquid hex. It's like, a lot of hex went into the ICOSA thing, which benefits the pool holders because a lot of that hex is effectively just burnt forever, because it's in quantities that are so small that the feasibility to end them is just going to be almost nothing, and so they'll be wrapped in those HSIs forever, but perhaps those ones like just may not even find a buyer for some of those if like as time goes on and it becomes clear that that those small stakes that were staked in order to get ICOSA are just infeasible to end. So I guess if only the ICOSA contracts just held on to them forever. It's kind of a shame that it like sells them off, because then what happens is that the whoever the new holder is, they're kind of stuck with the bag, and the small hedge-fund holders aren't going to be able to afford the big HSIs, and the big HSIs are the ones that are going to be least impacted by the potential for high gas fees in the future. But the small HSIs are going to be drastically impacted by that, and so it's kind of a shame. I guess it's good that people got out of the hex, where they're able to sell that small stake to ICOSA for something, and hopefully that goes up, and hopefully the yield they're earning, exceeds, what the value, for their sake. I hope that the yield that it earns exceeds the, just the performance of what that hex stake would have earned, which is kind of tough to do, especially because like as the ICOSA grows in value, more of it just comes minted, and so that's kind of the thing why there's a lot of liquid hex went into that recently, and that's good for the pool holders in the long term, because a lot of that hex is just basically rendered burnt forever. And so that's hex that like right now the market is kind of pricing into being there in the future, but as it becomes closer and then all those stakes are infeasible to end, then the like true circulating supply, like the realized circulating supply, is going to be much less than what it was in the past. And so that's a lot of hex that would have otherwise been becoming liquid in the future that is not. And so that hex cannot compete with you as a seller. So it is beneficial and it boosts our value proposition, but it would have been much better for those people to just put their hex in these pools. But sometimes people got to learn lessons the hard way, and it's totally their choice to make. Big Kuna says team makes holders onboard more people into hex through perpetuals. Oh yeah, I mean that's the whole point. Team is the growth engine for the perpetuals, and there's only so many hexagons, right? And then the people that already know about it, and then it makes it so that team is incentivized to onboard people into hex. Like there's really no other group that is really incentivized directly to onboard people into hex, because like if you onboard someone into hex just like on your own, and whatever amount that they push the value up, one, it's that the price going up 1%, if you have $100 of hex, you gain $1. But if you have $100 million of hex, you gained $1 million from on paper of the value of your onboards who would push the price up 1%. And so it's like it goes up for everybody, but the largest holders are the ones that benefit the most. But what's unique about this system is that it kind of builds this like consolidated group that gains at a higher rate relative to the whole for onboarding people directly into this system. And so, I think that, and also, I mean, during right now, it's like this minting phase is going in like the depths of a bear market, and bear markets are bear markets because there's low demand and people aren't interested in buying. But, what about, next year? Like, where do you think the market's going to be in a year for the next base stake? or like where do you think the market's going to be the next year for the next trio stake? And so, or what if there's another pool that just happens to come out sometime in the next couple months? So I think that the onboarding into these pools is definitely seasonal, but team stakers are the ones that are incentivized to grow them, and it is pretty. I think it over time it's going to turn into a really powerful force. XLove says, I like that team burns and people don't check in. Well, so to be clear, the team doesn't burn if you don't check in, but that team is just not competing for the stake rewards. So there's no late end stake penalty. There's only an early end stake penalty in team. And so you don't lose your coins if you forget to check in, but you aren't competing in that year as a staker. So just to be clear on that. Mystery says, also, I'm wondering what plays the mystery box will make. Yeah, that it will be very clear what happened, because it's a contract which is programmed to only send funds to a particular address called the mystery box hot address. So it'll be very clear what happens. The only thing not a mystery about the mystery box is what has happened. Like as things happen, it's all going to be there. So, it'll be very easy to track. But as for what it does in the future, that is a mystery. I like that people might dump it when fear enters the market. Oh yeah. I mean, it's like, I never would want people to only expect things to only go up, right? Like here I'm kind of like the harbinger of like, hey guys, gas prices may go up a lot at a time when our prices may be going down. So like preparing for both upside and downside, I think is very important. And also it's like once you sell, it's like there's only so much, and it's not like other coins where like there's going to be like a class of sellers that just have like a permanent advantage over new entrants. And so once and because it is, let's see if we can look at we'll do this later when we start coding. We'll dig into it, but like the percentages here. Let's just kind of browse. So if we have, let's see. So what is like 100,000 divided by the total supply, which is what, like 50 million. So per 100,000 is 0.2%. So 500,000 is 1% of the total. And so like, our largest holder here is about like 11%. So that's the hedge deployer, who does have a history of benevolence, but also, he's very competitive. And, this bag may be a strategic bag to try to, either limit price appreciation relative to assets that he produces, or to limit the team staker yield relative to the assets the staking assets that he holds. So that's the big question, but it's totally, their keys, their choice. And, it's like, what's the worst they can do? The worst they can do is, okay, sell. And then, okay, once they're out, then they're done. And then, or they could just stake. And if they're staked, they're holding the price up for everyone else. And so you could front run them. So, so they hold 11% of the total supply. This person, so these two people, 4. So 11, 4, 4, 2.6%, 2%, 2%, 2%. So if we have, 2, 4, 6, 8, a little more than 8, but 8.6. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So yeah, I mean, 25% of the minted supply is held amongst these addresses. But also they it's not like they got these coins for free, right? They had to first procure the Maxi. And so it's not like there's people that got a bunch of coins for free or it's not like there's a bunch of people that got a bunch of coins at like an artificially low or like extremely low price. And so there's not like a class of seller that has a permanent advantage. Whereas like, in both Hex and Hedron, it's like, at least for the first 15 years with Hedron, it definitely normalized. And you see the normalization happening now, but it's kind of to the new entrants, consequence, where the people that bought their Hex, like here, just look at, when we look at the hex.cash, right? So people that bought their coins at this time, so just like, kind of like the average of this whole range from launch up until like this first move up, so kind of right in the middle of that. So not even the people, it kind of gets stupid to like, if you include the very bottom, but like just kind of this midsection of this zone. It's like those people are up, what would that be? So 19306%. So let's see, 19306% of one. So that category of users up like 200x, not including staking, and like even in these low prices. So going at 200x over the last 2 years in any market is amazing. So these people got very low prices, and even like if we do include this group of people, like there was like a 4-week period where you could get like, so this basically the late December to early January, there's like a 4-year period. So those people are up like on average like 320x, even at these low prices. And so they got Hex at 320x times lower than anyone buying right now. And then also these people, if they did long-term stakes, their share rate at launch was like 10,000, and now the share rate is like 24,000. So the T shares that the people who just happen to buy during this early window are so much higher than everyone else, any new entrant, and just like the amount of Hex, just the total amount of Hex that they have, just so much larger than any new entrant, that there is a category of holder that can kind of replenish their own stack faster than any new buyer could like be buying and accumulating that much. And so that is not present in Team, where 100% of the supply is created in a fair 1-to-1 mint phase during during this launch period, and then from there it trades. So and there's no like getting more Team, like you can't just like stake your Team and get more Team. Like all the Team that it will ever be created will be done at the end of the mint phase. And so there's not like a kind of class of user that just based on the timing of when they got in just kind of has an endless supply, which kind of is the case with both Hex and Hedron. And so Hedron's it goes away over time, because the bonus is like a big amplifier there. So like, the largest Hedron holders are the people that, again, the largest Hex holders who also staked at very low share rates for very long periods of time. So those users, at least for 15 years, have a kind of a permanent advantage. So it's not permanent. So over that 15-year period, they have an advantage, but over time, it definitely evens out. And so, and many of those people, it's like, that's why the Hedron price went so low right at the gates, because there's a lot of people that got a lot of coins for free, and they just sold like 800. I think it came out like day 800 or so, 900. And so they had like 900 days of coins to sell. And so that's why it went down so much right out the gate. And that's why it's, rebounded so strongly. It's because like that big bunch of coins in Hedron that got sold are gone. and then redistribute it to people with different time frames, different time horizons, looking for higher multiple exits. So, so that problem definitely kind of goes away. Maybe we should have added more dump-amentals in the team just to give people really, more skin on the more meat on the bone later on. But yeah, also, people may be dumping their team if they think the earnings are going to be low, or they're dissatisfied with the earnings, or there's some other shiny object that they want to chase. And that's pretty positive for all the remaining team stakers, because one, if you're early end staking to then sell your team, then you're bearing that penalty, which is, that's causing deflation on the team supply. You are not getting that year's yield if you early end stake to sell, or if you just don't stake in the first place, you're not competing for the yield. And if you're selling, you're given a good price to a new entrant, like someone new who wants to take your spot on the team and work to grow and advance the Maximus stake pooling economy. So I agree. I like that people might dump when fear enters the market. How can I move stake to a different wallet? You can't. So yeah, it's non-transferable. It's specifically non-transferable. So you can early and so like right now, if you want to move it to a new wallet before the next period, or before the staking period starts, you can early unlock it. You will pay that 3.69% penalty, and you'll just have to tolerate that. But if you really want to move it, you can, but you're going to eat that penalty. And then you can lock in before the next staking period on a new wallet. But these stakes are meant to be non-transferable. Team is also a very creative way to pool a bunch of the Maxi supply together and making Maxi more valuable. Oh yeah. And that's kind of why, because remember early on, everyone was like, win airdrop. And that was because, there's like the Hedron airdrop, there was the dog coin airdrops, there was like all these things. And everyone's like, oh, airdrops, give us coins. And I'm like, okay, like not just gonna mint a coin and just give it out as like an airdrop, because it's like if you airdrop something that's not valuable, and if the only reason it's valuable is if you as the organizer has to inject value into it, then once you run out of money to just kind of pump the price of that as people sell the free coins they got, it's just tough. So rather than airdropping a new kind of valueless coin, what I decided to do was to deliver kind of a virtual airdrop, which comes in the form of the burn, where all the Maxi gets a little more valuable, the rebate, so where that holds a bunch of the supply out of circulation, and releases it over years 3, 6, and 9, and then making it so that the minting could only be with Maxi, so that people that minted Maxi, they have a slight advantage over the people who are just buying in now to mint because they got it at the 1-to-1 rate, and because if people are buying Maxi to mint into team, maybe that's pushing the value up in the short term. So yeah, it's kind of that was my roundabout airdrop to Maxi holders. So who knows what types of awesome virtual tax-free airdrops that may come to perpetual pool holders. That Maxion is just kind of an example of a creative solution to kind of deliver value without just issuing a new token. Team receives 30% Maxi over time. Is that 30% total over 9 years? Can you explain the breakdown? Yeah, let's look it up. Okay, so it's 30% of the total Maxi that's minted into team is distributed over years 3, 6, and 9. So year 3 It is. So, or another way to just put that is in year 3, 5% of the total Maxi that's minted into team is distributed to team stakers during that year. During year 6, 10% of the Maxi that's minted into team is delivered to team stakers who stake during year 6, and 15% of the total Maxi that's minted into team is delivered to team stakers who stake in year 9. So that 5, 10, 15 added up, that's the 30% of the total that's minted into team. And so this is just like one way to kind of look at it, like what amount you're going to get back. This chart was made when people were asking about like what happens if mystery box stakes during those years. And so to help kind of enable people to think about that more seamlessly, I made this little chart that shows the different scenarios. So, for example, if say the mystery box doesn't stake, or like 1% of the mystery box is staked, and 100% of everyone else stakes. So everybody but the mystery box stakes, and this is consolidated in years 3, 6, and 9. So like say like the average stake rate in years 3, 6, and 9 between the mystery box and the stake rate, and everyone else is 100% for everyone and then 1% for mystery box. In that case, each team staked would get 0.297, so almost 0.3. Or if 100% of the mystery box staked and 100% of everyone else staked, then each team staked will get back 0.15. Or say mystery box doesn't stake, or, I didn't add 0 here just because it made the calculation all wonky. So like 1%, meaning just a tiny amount. So say mystery box, 1% of it stakes, and then 50% of everybody else stakes. Then the Maxi rebated per team staked for the people that did stake is like 0.588. So, you don't know what the mystery box can do. That remains a mystery. But, so just kind of whatever amount you think the mystery box is going to stake during those years, and then whatever percent of that you think everyone else is going to stake, you can kind of just like, estimate that. So like if you think the mystery box isn't going to stake, say you think like, okay, if the mystery box was going to stake, maybe they would have just like not done this rebate in the first place. Maybe that's how you're thinking about it. Then, you think that, okay, if small mystery box stake rate, and say you think that like maybe like 70% of people. So I mean, right now it's like the stake rate is about 70%. So then that means that the earnings is going to be somewhere between 0.588 and 0.29. So maybe that like if you think that 70% of everyone else is going to stake, and then the mystery box isn't going to stake, because like why would they? Then that puts these earnings at like halfway in between 0.3 and 0.6. So maybe that's what, like 0.45 per Maxi per team stake. But also, I mean, what if you're like, okay, the mystery box absolutely can stake. Mystery box, their keys, their coins, their choice. Maybe they do want to stake, and maybe the Maxi is just so lucrative that the mystery box wants it too. And so say half the mystery box stakes, but then say you think that 100% of everyone else is going to stake. So then that means that like, the earnings per one is going to be 0.2. But also like, think about this, like, what do you think the price is if 100% of everyone stakes? So like, even though the team stake maybe, or the Maxi rebated could be lower than that, kind of like 0.3, because of the mystery box. If they were to stake, what is the price if it's this high? And if the price goes up as a result of just everyone being staked, then that can lead to people early end staking in order to sell into that pump. And then that decreases this amount staked. And so that number goes down, the payout goes up. It's like, as this number goes down, the payout goes up. As this number goes down, the payout goes up. It's like, what if there's like a scenario where like the price is just so shockingly high that like no one is staked, and say the mystery box just didn't stake anyways, because like, why would they stake if they like, this is you thinking this. This is not me suggesting this, but I mean, it is mystery. But like, say your analysis leads you to the conclusion that like, okay, I think the mystery box won't stake because it's like they didn't have to do this rebate in the first place. So, why would they kind of undo it? So say you think the mystery box just isn't going to be staking those years. Then what if like the price is so shockingly high that everybody early end stakes and only 1% of the team stakers remain? Like, what if the team price went up like something like, hey Siri, what's the highest number type of X's? And then everyone just like early end stakes to try to sell into that. Then, those team stakers that you're going to get 15 Maxi per team. So if there's very low stake rates, which could happen as a result of price action of team, as people early end stake in that year, then, people definitely could earn more Maxi than they even minted with team if they're the ones staking. So a lot can happen, and just it's helpful to just kind of look at this chart to kind of get a sense of it all. Carpenter says, "What's up, y'all? What's up, Hex Carpenter?" My favorite thing about teams is it's a smart contract, not a company. Yeah, that's right. It's not a company at all. There's no CEO. There's no, no nothing. It's just you interacting with the contract. But what's great about the contract is that it brings people together in this fashion, and it incentivizes people to like continue to promote its growth and promote its values. So I think it's more powerful than a company in that sense. How to swap hex for Maxi on Epal. I think Alex stood up a Uniswap front end for Epal. So just take your hex and just swap it over there. I haven't tried it yet. Let's see if we can do it. Live on the air, we will see how you can swap. So first, let's swap over into the Epal network. Okay, so do I even have any? Okay, we have to. Okay, so then let's look up Icosa Uniswap. Connect the wallet. Let's connect numerous ones so we can make sure we have some hex in here. So one of these little burner wallets has hex. Okay, so we got that, and say you want Maxi. So to get the Maxi contract address, you simply just grab it from anywhere. Let's open this in Uniswap so we can just check. Just copy that address, take it back here, paste it in. There we go. Import Maximus. Import. Let's ape this shit. Oh, okay. I was disoriented. So one Maxi 2.02 hex. Okay, that's kind of what you'd be paying anyways. We gotta allow it to use it. Let's see what this fee is. $0. Tiny fee. Okay, just swapped. Now we got our Maxi. Oh no, I just approved. Now we can swap. Sure. Cool. We just swapped. Yeah, so that's how you buy it. Now, why don't we go and mint team? So we can go to epal-team.maximus.cash. Let's connect. Seven days remaining. Let's mint the team. While we wait, let's add team to MetaMask. Okay, looks like we got it. Now let's stake it. We already have some stake, but we'll stake some more. Confirm. Wow, okay, so on this network, there's 30 million team staked. We compare that to, okay, so there's about 4 million more team staked on mainnet than on PowNet. All right, there we go. So that's all it takes. That's how you do it. Bang, bang. Pow, 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 pow. Doge and Litecoin. Will you support ETH network like you did ETHW? I mean, once I look at it, I haven't looked at it. Someone brought it up to me a little bit ago. Haven't looked into it, but it's trivial and people really want it. Probably. It might get kind of ridiculous if there's so many of these. But yeah, I mean, there's kind of no reason not to if people are gonna use it. Yeah, late to the party. What's going on? Let's talk about the pool. Let's talk about team. Let's talk about life. If you have any questions, let us know. Mr. E says merge mining is a good example. Never thought of it that way. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's an awesome solution. It's like an awesome way to issue a token. So it's really cool. I wonder if that's where you got it from. Hex is in there. I was able to stake it too. Great marketing on another ETH POW fork. Yeah, the Hexans love their forks. And I think Hexans love proof of work too. If you think about it, like the only reason that we like proof of stake is because, Richard told us POS good. But most of the Hexans, there's the Bitcoin free claim. That was a source of a lot of early hexagons, and hexagons kind of come from that. And hexagons have been using proof of work chains for years without any problems. The only problem is that so many people wanted to use them that it became expensive. It's like the only problem. There's never been a problem before with the miners, and so it kind of makes sense that hexagons are really latching onto it. Because we've had an awesome track record. It's like we're one of the oldest DeFi applications on Ethereum. And so that means that we're one of the longest lasting protocols that was running on POW. And, whereas like newer things, like people that just got in the game last year, it's like they don't really have that long standing tradition or history of excellence on proof of work. So they don't really care. They're on to the next thing. But I think that's why combination of that and like we've already been conditioned to like a system state fork is why that we are so receptive to this stuff. Below X says he would love to make Perpetuals there too, so perhaps we will. Should we do this live on the air? Should we add support? If 10 people what would be it? If 10 people say add it in the chat, we will add it live on the air. But we should also make sure that nothing's wrong first. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe, I may have to look more into it. I've spent much more time looking at the ETH one than this new one that I just heard of. So maybe not. Gonna bug Alex as well to support it. ETF was 122 when I purchased it. One ETF feed was 450k hex a few hours ago. Staking pools are great when lots of supply on the Adler. Staking pools are great for scooping up a lot of liquid X. Oh yeah. Bullish Alex, will you please explain your path to trading ETF? Yo. Path to trade ETF for HexF? Yes, please. I'm working on adding MetaMask network settings. DEX is BitKeep. Can't find the link for the block explorer. BitKeep got that. Thanks. And BitKeep uses their own wallet. Swap there and transfer to your MetaMask. Okay, just be careful with this stuff. Don't with like new wallets that you've never heard of before. Just don't risk money that you are relying on. Absolutely try stuff. Absolutely experiment with stuff. Be bold. Be courageous, but also just be careful not to lose more than what you would be okay with losing. Yo, what up, WK? Will you build a mint team with Maxi on the ETH PW? Yeah, I literally just showed it. Rewind the video like 5 minutes ago. Let's do the whole thing live. Alpha, thank you. I can't wait for DECI to evaluate the ETH Fair network. I think on stream you heard about it today. Yeah, I'll definitely look at it. So I see this free or cheap marketing. Perpetuals on 4 chains, including Pulse chain. It's not a bad thing to brag about. Thanks for the fees, Dipcatcher. I'm currently a Hex Maxi LP on Epal. Pow, pow, pow. Just for you. And thanks for all you do, man. Thank you so much for holding the chat down. You're such a valued member of the chat, and everyone appreciates you, and you've done a lot to help push this movement forward. And I'm grateful, very grateful for you for that. Thanks for all your hard work. I'm now able to stake and pool day one Maxi and day team. It's awesome, Mitchell. Congratulations. Welcome to Maximus. Bullish X says yes. I figured out how to buy Hex on Ethereum Fair. Add it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 supporters. 1 more supporter. Bullshock says yes, don't to Jen. I did not connect any of my wallets. Right in. Shellfox is at it. There you go. All right, guys. We're going to add it. Someone time me. Ready? Set. Go. Is this it? Where's a block explorer? Looks just like the Pulse chain one. All right, this is looking familiar. Okay. It's chain ID. Okay. So we'll start with team. Okay, so first, let's see the chain ID. Okay, so it's on main, and so do we use Connect Network? So it's a disclaimer copy, so okay, so when you land on here, we are going to prompt users to say, let's give them a little option here. We're going to say button Epal, and let's make this one, give it some, and this one is going to be button ETF, or say button, so connect to ETH W, connect to Ethereum Fair ETF. The value is going to be, what's the network ID for this one? It's OX271. Okay, do we know what the chain ID is? Can someone find the chain ID? What's the chain ID for this? Maybe there's a different way to do this. Maybe we should do this where we have no. I don't want to do a lot of work on this because it's kind of a secondary thing. You guys sure? So chain ID 51513 Okay, looks like it. So to get that, we need to look up let's go to the hexadecimal to hexadecimal. So we're gonna say from decimal to hexadecimal, or say convert. Okay, copy that. Just add OX in front of it, because that's what it's expecting. And then we're gonna say on landing before we connect. So when we click this connect wallet button, that's on main copy. Okay, so we are going to say alert. And then we're going to say, actually it's going to happen on disclaimer, I think. So does this one have the chain ID? So it's only on main. Okay, so main is the one that it's actually on. So, but disclaimer also has it. So when we say button one click, so first, okay, it's going to close that. And then now we're going to say alert. And just want to titled select network. Then we are going to say a disclaimer. So first let's go from select network, import select network. We're going to say select network. Close. We're going to say dismissible. Equals false. So you have to choose. And then we're going to say a little variable equals alert. And then we're going to say chain ID equals that variable. So we'll give it a name. So chain ID. Let's say chain ID equals the result of alert. That. Now we have it passing in there, and then we say open form main, and then we're also going to pass it chain ID. Okay. Now we go to main, and then we say in here it's now a property, so self.chain ID equals properties chain ID. There it is. And then we say that whereas chain ID equals self.chain ID. So now let's see OX2711 that's in there. Let's see if disclaimer copy is ever used. Let's see what this discover copy even does. Does it even do anything? Is there a button? Okay, no, so we don't need to do anything there. Okay, so this should just work. Let's see if this works. Connect, disclaimer. Okay, so we need to get rid of that button. So let's just try connect to Ethereum Fair. Okay, it throws an error here. Because I'm still on the ETHW mainnet. And I think I was already still connected. No, actually, no. Oh, wait, let's see. Let's change the wallet then. Okay. Okay, so we need to add it to the MetaMask first, I guess. So let's add network. Chain ID. See, I got to figure out how to just do that. But anyways. Okay, so it looks like we are now connected to Ethereum Fair. Okay, so it works. $0.12 fee there. Okay. Okay, guys. All right, looks like it worked. Let's see if it actually did. Why isn't their block explorer working? Okay, so that actually, so we need, they don't have the right, so we need to update the settings in our thing to do this, but let's look at the block explorer. Okay, looks like it. Yeah, okay, looks like it works. Just like that. We now have Fair support. Now on epal.team.maximus.cash. Use at your own risk. Yes, that's it. Did you get your short answer? Yes, I did. Thanks for asking. Bro, you wearing pants? That is a mystery. I'm like hacking naked. Bug hunter's wet dream. See if what it does when we try to. Yeah, that makes sense. Why don't we add something that just lets the user know what network they're on? So, if chain ID equals, what did we say it was? Chain ID equals that, then why don't we make it so that let's see what this one, let's see. How can we indicate? Call it like label 1. Then we're going to say here, we're just going to say self.label1.text equals, right here, it's going to go title. So network name equals ETH W if chain ID stat else Ethereum fair. Yeah. Yep. All right, guys, be right back. See if this works. XX says, I'm good with my stack and I'll change. Just waiting to see Lexons this week. Yeah, so guys, please be careful. I hope that I didn't just like lead anyone to. I literally caved to the peer pressure on the stream to add it because Bullish OX asked me to. So just assume that you're going to lose your money if you use it. But if you choose, it's there. Because it's trivial to add. Just don't get wrecked, please. Let's try to look it up. Let's look up what's going on. Shit fork. Hex monkey says the other concept of shitcoins, so you introduce the term shit fork. All right, so I mean, I think the site works. We're gonna add an extra disclaimer on this. We're gonna say a huge alert at launch. Literally, when you land on the page, the first thing you're gonna see is a big alert, and then it's gonna be label. Here it is. So, warning is, what are we gonna say here? This is the interface for connecting Maximus team for using the Maximus team contract on the new proof of work Ethereum forks. These are brand new experimental chains. Use at your own risk. Any number of unpredictable things could go wrong. Okay, so let's see how that looks. Wait, actually, we need to do the thing on disclaimer, chain ID. So this was false, and then buttons. Let's give it a blank value. Should I add, if something goes wrong, blame Bullish OX? Okay, let's do fair. All right, so there you have it, you guys. And then I also noticed that on this one, I think Perpetuals needs to go to Epal -Perpetuals. Let's see, this one maybe too. Bullish X says he found out about this from another Hexian. Nah, dude, it's your fault. Okay, so that's the team one. So let's just do it quickly to that. Now that we know how to quickly do it, let us so let's do it. I'm just gonna copy this whole thing. And now we're going to go to apps. We're going to Maximus Perpetuals, Epal. So let's do a blank panel. Let's call this one select network. This one, add button. So button. What do we call them? Button Epal and button ETF. What a horrible name for a chain. So dismissible labels false. Then it's just going to be blank. And title is going to be select work. Chain ID is chain ID. Then targets off the target, and then chain ID equals chain ID. We get a main chain ID. So let's see, self.chain ID equals properties chain ID. It's right there. Provider. Chain ID equals self.chain ID. Okay. That's it. So again, why don't we give a big fat disclaimer. It says alert label text equals warning. Let's just pull it straight from here. So Epal team.maximus.cash. Okay, let's see if this works. Switch to network. Looks like it works. Okay. Don't have any hex in this wallet. All right, guys. So Epal, Perpetuals, Maximus cash. Use at your own risk. Your Twitter, dude? Pull a show X. Yeah, I would say. All right, so I guess now we can just, if any new shit forks emerge, we can just add them. ETH Fair is apparently proof W. Guys, I can't find the block explorer. Everything you use there, best. Don't hate me, I was trying to mark Code is so exciting. Awesome. Buttered. Encourage you. Toast. Awesome for marketing. Remove also for grammar. Yeah, let's know how it goes. It's pretty amazing just how easy it is to just add that, you know. Got it. I need to work on the real stuff. I was supposed to be working on the Diamond Hands app. Instead, I'm fucking adding support for shit forks. What am I doing? Nice tunes. It's literally just a. I got it from this website. What's it called? Royalty free. Yes, Splice maybe. Is this it? Yes, the sounds came from this. Let's see how I can add it. I wonder what else we can find, because I'm kind of. I know you just said that you like it, but I'm actually. I'm tired of this sound. So here, let's see what else we can find. Oh, it's too much. I don't think I can work to that. All right, I like this one. Yeah. Yeah, this new one. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Let's add this one as it uploads. Just take it again for team. What is the up and to the right mechanism for team? The staking, where you have to lock it up in year-long intervals. The potentially infinite income streams due to the very flexible income distribution reward system for team stakers. The deflationary supply as it happens. The awesome ticker. The awesome people involved. All those things. Which decks? I don't know. Be careful. Just be careful. Be careful with that. Yeah, the tunes are great. Best of YouTube free music. Actually, there's this website that does it does like royalty free music, and that's what I've been using. 1 million base minted next trio. Awesome. That's awesome. See that on testnet too. Nikola Tesla 369 music. I was listening on one of the other streams the other day, actually. Bullish, I'm starting to hear. Please help me out when you finish. X-Love, you got it. Yeah, so if you had 200,000 team minted, you don't have to do anything on EPOW. It's just there, I guess. My wife's like, "Are you streaming without a shirt on?" Doing push-ups. It was minted before the merge. 4 million DECI done. Hope you're doing that on mainnet too, bro. I did this for you. So make sure you're doing that as well. Yep, if you and Golki want a free tumbler with Maxi because the logo design, let me know if you have any changes you put. Yeah, dude, that'd be awesome. Bro, so happy for you too, great couple. Thank you. Bullish, what's your projection for the hex price in 2024, considering the Perpetuals team and that goes probably quite high. Gladiators don't wear shirts, that's right. You know what's going on. Okay, so here's the hex contract address. Why would someone send this USDC to the hex address? Oh, look at that. See how many other people have done this. I guess it does take a whole system state then. When did the fork happen? Do you know? Must have been like 4 days ago. Yeah, must have. It's pretty funny that all these forks, it's kind of like what if by the time Pulse Chain launches, there's literally like hundreds of these forks and it's just too much? How many forks is too much? Like how many until we just get sick of it and we don't even want to hear another fork again? Chain fatigue. Imagine by the end of 15 years. Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, what if all these shit forks are done by the ETH POS people to like dilute the efforts? Hexlos' kebab chain. Maybe that can be the name of your walled garden chain. The fully censored admin key chain that only supports Hexagon projects. Hexago. That'd be very malicious and hurt tons of people of ETH POS Strength Chain. I mean, they don't care. Like, they don't care if they hurt people. Why would they? Would it be funny if Maximus DAO released a new ETH POW chain, called it Shit Fork? Wow, that's awesome. Brings up a good question. Like, there are now two apparently functioning but could still fail proof of work Ethereum forks with full system state copied over. This may have opened Pandora's box. How long until a full system state Ethereum proof of stake fork? Hexlo says, I get to watch everyone enjoy their EVM chain tokens. I was waiting with dry powder for this Black Swan event, 11K in Prey, Biden Gensler, General panicked by the dip, but on a dip on which EVM. Dude, if you hear about things that other people are talking about, it's too late. Follow your gut. Like, all these things, like, Don't wait for that stuff, dude. Just follow your gut. Take your own action. Like, what's the difference? Like, it's already off. Like, of course, everything can always go 90% further down, you know, and another 90% dip means you could have got 10x more coins. But, like, you know, like these airdrops and these forks just kind of show that, like, you just got to be in the game. So if you're just getting started, it's very high risk to just ape into one of these brand new shit forks. So start on mainnet. Like 3 should have been in the first place. Start there, and the rest, like, it's just, you know, extra gravy. Like, it's like, if you really want it and you wish you could get them like on these other chains, then with like 95% of what you would have, because I mean, these forks, they're worth like a tiny percent of what they are on mainnet. So just first get your mainnet allocation, and if you really want to get these ones, then just buy some, but like, and like recreate what you might have got had you already had it. You will have to buy it, but they're worth nothing, so it's okay if you know, but just quit waiting with your dry powder. You've been talking about black swan events, which could happen. They could happen, but you know, it's like, it's better to be in the game than not. You know, it's like already a massive dip. It's been a year-long hexagon bear market, longer than a year bear market in the rest of crypto. So, you know, like, prices can always go down, but you know, it's like then you miss out on all this great fun that everyone's going to have. If you need help, dude, hit me up. I know you. You know me. I can help you out. I deadass gave away like 2 million Hex F today. Why'd you do that? ETH W, Satoshi's vision. Thanks. Now we wait. 100%. Just so I'm clear, Hex F can go to 0. What makes a difference? You're so right. Get in the game, right? Yeah, man. Gotta get in the game. It's like, say you had like, I don't know, like $10,000. Just put $9,900 and then put in $100 into whatever shit fork. It's like, it's probably worth like a 1% or less. Does anyone know a price on the copy on the ETH ETH? Bullish, do you know? Since you gave away 2 million of them, they must be cheap. So there's no way you're giving away 2 million regular Hex. Get in the game. Yeah, what happens? What's the end game with this? Open my first LP position today on Hex ETH mainnet. So even that's kind of risky. I mean, that's like a fine one to do, but you could like, so say you did an equal amount of Hex and ETH, where like on one side of the pool you have ETH and one side you have Hex. If the Hex price pumps versus ETH, you end up with a lot of the thing that didn't pump. So in that case, it would be ETH. So just so long as you're prepared to have either one, where you're like, where if the Hex price goes up relative to ETH, you end up with a bunch of ETH, or if the Hex price goes down relative to ETH, you end up with a bunch of Hex. So like, as long as you're okay with it moving opposite, or moving very strongly in one direction, then you end up with a lot of the thing that didn't go up in value. So he says I did an equal amount. Now I'm 10% Hex and 90% ETH. So that means that the Hex price went up versus ETH. If you started as an equal amount and now it's 10 to 90, that means that you're, like did the Hex price move that much against ETH today? Yeah, so bullish gives a good idea here. If you love Hex and want more Hex, the Hex Maxi LP pair. That's a strong one. And I even think that these other ones are going to be good too, like Base Trio Lucky DECI. So you'll probably end up with more Hex by just staking in the pools than you will by providing liquidity on the Hex ETH. Because there's a chance you end up with like kind of right there where ETH tank. So here, let's look at it. Let's help analyze our brother's position. So cash. Okay, so I mean, okay, that's Uniswap V1. Teeth on Uniswap V2 because it's a little bit more bait. Yep. So, I mean, when did you open up the position? Oh, wrong. But hey, dude, I'm glad you're just doing it and getting in the game. Like it's good to just try stuff and get your bearings for all this stuff. And some stuff you have to learn by experience, anyways. So doing the Hex ETH pool, like that's an awesome way to learn about this stuff and get your bearings. Okay, so I mean that's not bad fees. Okay, it's not as that far off as I thought. I'm not gonna say the numbers just in case you don't want to expose your addresses, but okay, so let's say $9 out of 5,000. So that's 0.0018% gains just on the day. So that just from that, like that roughly that number of Hex that you had earned today, that's basically the equivalent of what you would get with like 10 T shares. That is kind of high, but also that is, if that was to repeat, that would mean that the price would need to be in range. Like, you see where it says, okay, so let's just go to deck screener. We can look at the. Okay, so let us switch to the price in WETH, and then also let us do a invert pair. Okay, so we'll look at the 4-hour chart. Okay, so you said that your position will be 100% hex if the price hits the 44,000, and it'll be 100% ETH at 39. So it looks like you supplied, not to dox you, man, but I mean, just roughly, this is your range. And so depending on how long you have held it, I don't know when you opened it, it kind of just basically passed through this range. So if you opened it like yesterday or 3 days ago, so I don't know when you did it, but I mean, it's basically just kind of, so I mean, it is fine. Like, that's what you want. Like, if you held it through this, like, you do want it to be, and it's okay if it moves from like 100% of one to the other, just like as long as it moves back. So like, best case scenario for your liquidity position is that for quite some time, you want the price to just range. You want to just range in here. Like, you want this to happen. Like, this is best case scenario for you. Just like, and a lot of trading. Like, you want price to just move like this. So, and that could totally happen. So, that, and it looks like, and it looks like the fees that you're earning are okay. Like, that is quite good. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, that's not bad. And price has been pretty well. So yeah, I mean, honestly, dude, yes, should I remove all liquidity before the price goes past the range? No, I mean, because it's like wherever it's at is like kind of where you're locking in at, and then, I mean, honestly, like, if, okay, you got it at 1 p.m. today. So that would be what, like almost 12 hours ago? Okay, so I mean, I don't know, dude. Honestly, just let it play out. What percent of your total is this? Oh, it's just, dude, just leave it. Just leave it. It's fine. I mean, if it starts getting way out of the range, then perhaps you might want to just move it. But yeah, I mean, just kind of let it play. Let it play. It's only been You don't need to be like, especially with only 2%, just let it play out. So don't even sweat it. Yeah. Just, you might as well just let it play out, and 2% is a great way to learn this stuff. And that's, you have much more opportunities outside of that, and just let it play out, because price absolutely could just range in your range, and then you're earning fees. And just from that screenshot you sent me, it looks like the fee is earning higher than the hex would be earning. You're risking that you're losing the hex. Like if the price moves in, like if the hex price goes up a lot, then you're risking just losing that hex. But just make sure you have other hex. So yeah, dude, I mean that's not a bad range either. Like, it's actually an awesome range, dude. Great strategy, to be honest. So this is inverted, so that means that as this number is going up, that means that the hex price is going down, because now 1 ETH is worth 50,000. So, providing liquidity, it's at this range, because say this is like a time of trend reversal, and we think hex is going to be going up soon. That means that measured in this inverted chart, it's going to be going this way. It could spend some time, you could have right here. This was 2 months in a similar range over here. Yeah, dude, just let it play out. Let it play out. And it's already kind of established that range already. Yeah, man, just rock with it. You don't need to sweat it. Don't be so worried jumping from thing to thing. It's you want to be in strategies that require no timing at all. You don't want to have to enter strategies that require you to nail the trade within a time frame of 15 minutes, because that just sucks. You're not going to do it every time. And so but that's a fine strategy, because it's fine to hold ETH too. I mean, you need it for, I guess if you're newer to hex, you don't have the existing hex stakes to have to pay gas for. But yeah, dude, you're fine. Don't sweat it. Want to talk about how hex Maxi LP is better than short-term stake? No, stop. No, I mean that's it. It could be, absolutely, especially if it's trading in your range. Because what the X, a short-term stake, even a 1 year stake, that's earning 12% APY. And if the hex Maxi stays in your range and there's high volume, it depends how much you make up with that, then it definitely could exceed those earnings. And what's the worst case scenario? You either end up with about, if the Maxi price just kind of trends upwards because it's earning at 30% versus the hex, then it may require some more active management of that position, so that you stay in the range. And maybe in addition to the range, the range that you establish in your LP position, you keep some some dry Maxi and dry hex outside of the pool that you then sell in the upper range zone, and then you buy in the lower range zone to supplement the liquidity position. And then you can kind of shift it as the market kind of establishes new ranges. That's an awesome strategy, dude. That's amazing. And by you supplying liquidity, you're in there boosting the value proposition of the whole system. So there's absolutely no hate in that at all. That's awesome. I fully support that. Let's see how the hex Maxi Yeah, mystery says good volume with team minting period. What a wild chart this is. Kind of looks like exactly like this move we saw here. Where it goes like blow off top. Do we see some kind of repeat of this? Oh my god, you guys can't even see my screen. God, I need to get better at that. Keep doing that. That's what I was showing right here. That we have the potential for maybe a repeat of this price action. If this happens to the Maxi price, what will the team price be? Oh, is that what he's talking about? Worst case scenario? Well, Toby thinks this, and if we go to Conto Anomini, me, Irish, Spain. Max Payne, and it's literally like oh my god, Hexpack called it. Wow, it's crazy how another 90% sell off. That's funny. ETH Doug. Yet another fork plus hasn't lost yet. God, yeah. What happens if there's a proof of stake system state fork? Yikes. ETH powwow. All right, guys, I'm going to grab an orange, and then we're going to work on this. I'm going to do it for 1 hour, then I'm going to go to bed. So... Wait, why don't they just fork Ethereum as is and just launch it? It's not like we need the faster, larger blocks right now anyways. Why don't they simply fork it, and then if they want to implement those changes in the future, just fork it again? I'm not even kidding. the best way to frame this? All right, here's my solution. All right, guys, here's my solution. Dipcatcher asks, have any of the Pulse Chain devs recommended to simply launch Pulse Chain now with a fork of ETH POS as is, and then once some level of capacity is ever reached, fork again to implement the proposed changes? 3-second block interval, larger blocks. What do you think? Should that work? Could it work? Why wouldn't it work? Do we need the 3-second blocks right now? I don't think so. Do we need the larger blocks right now? I don't think so. When do you think we'd actually hit those limits? Maybe like in 3 bull runs from now? Excellent says he's working on the fork right now. Dude, you should. I think you can do it. Like, why not? Truly, why not? Launch it. Just fork the chain. If these guys had ETH POW ready in days, then why can't Pulse Chain be ready in days? Fork it. Bob Wells says, I like your thinking, like always a step ahead. Fork the chain. Fork the chain. Walked away for a bit. What did I miss? Excellent. What fork? Well, so we recommended that to launch Pulse Chain, they simply launch Pulse Chain now with a fork of ETH proof of stake as is. And then once some level of capacity is ever reached, fork again to implement the proposed changes. 3-second block interval, larger blocks. Because right now, it's like no one is limited by the 10-second block interval. And these blocks are not full. Maybe once the hex stakes start coming due, the blocks will start filling up. But that's my suggestion. Why wouldn't that work? The catcher is saying to let Pulse Chain out the box now and fork it when it gets expensive in the future. Keep forking. Yeah. Like, what do we need? We don't need the extra capacity now. We didn't even need it at the start. Fork the chain. We should spread this message. Everyone here watching, go to Twitter and retweet this. Share it. Spread it in chats. Ask in chats, would this work? Someone ask this in like any chat you're in. Just grab this tweet link and post it and ask, will this work? Yeah, so if he already is planning on doing that, why don't they just fork the chain? So communication asks, when there be security issues? I think there are critical security issues on mainnet Ethereum right now. The proven PW mechanism to the less proven POS mechanism. But in this censorship, security. We don't say that. But you guys heard it. This is actually the deal. But this person, I doubt, understands that, so I'm not going to say that. I won't say that. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna project anything. Launch the fork. Look like we made ETH pump and are dominating over there. We're not push this narrative. Look at this networking. Look at this networking happening in Dipcatcher live streams. You guys are great. Fork the chain. Fork the chain. Launch the fork. Launch the fork. What are the selling points of Pulse Chain? Okay, so that can happen. We don't need more fees. Enrich ETH users. Pulse Chain will re-enable priced out use cases instead of launching empty. Pulse Chain brings the ETH system state and ERC20s, rewards holders and founders of Ethereum-based projects. Enrich ERC20 NFT users. Largest airdrop in history. Receive their free Pulse members. This new gold rush contains a value to discover thousands of tokens and NFTs on Pulse Chain. If you always wanted to be a whale in a certain ERC or NFT, maybe now you can be. Easy to use. Your Binance wallet just works. You don't have to change a single setting to access Pulse Chain. ETH holders can transact for free with freemium PLS. Lower Pulse Chain fees. Increases the throughput of Ethereum 4x by using 3-second block times compared to 13. Remove pollution. Okay, so that's not a thing anymore. Improve game theory. Pulse has 0% inflation. Okay. fork the chain. Say the selling point is Pulse X. Yeah. I mean, the cross-chain markets is like that's like another secret sauce in there. It's awesome watching a movement happen live. I'm glad he didn't project for us. Yeah. What's going on here? Is there sound now? He says there's no sound. Is there sound? It looks like there's sound. All right, let's go see the Twitter space. We're joining this Twitter space right now.
is the founder of X. and at this rate, we can have another 3 forks before Pulse Chain even launches. Yeah, but that's not really how it works, right? So normally you have to do a code merge, right? So like in game dev, we do a branch and then we do a merge, especially for like engine upgrades. So if like I'm working on something, Unreal upgrades its engine, we have to fork. What? At that point, it's game over. For what? Is he watching a movie? Yeah, maybe. That's what it sounded like. Yeah.
So is Pulse Chain losing ground?
To Chia, yes. By the way, the catcher is listening, so if you want to say something out loud, he's listening.
Oh, Dude Catcher is listening. Hey, man, I really appreciate the stuff that you do, and also Fork.
The airport. He is a badass human being.
Hey, thanks, guys. How's it going?
Chilling, man. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, table. I still have to get up a 4-hour power nap and then get up and work. But let's table some time this week to talk.
Yeah, man. Yeah, hit me up.
I need to go to sleep too. Oh well. Dude Catcher, talk to me, man. Why Pulse Chain take so long? Why so hard?
I mean, this stuff's hard. Like, especially, I think that because they're I think the changes that they're trying to make, I think they were realizing why Ethereum didn't do those things. Because you have to imagine that, like, faster blocks, bigger blocks, like Ethereum just could have done that, and you got to think why they didn't. And so
I was talking about that earlier, man.
Yeah, and so I think this stuff is just hard, and they probably have to be doing a lot more inventing than they thought they needed to.
New math sneak up on you.
Yeah, and so I think this is hard stuff, and and sometimes if you like find one thing that's wrong, it like shows you like 2 other things that are wrong, and then it's just kind of like can turn into like a big thing, and then it's like, okay, if you're fixing one thing, then that means you have to fix some other thing that maybe you didn't have to originally, but if you're going to be fixing this other thing, you have to go and fix some other list of things. And so I mean, it's just tough.
Like you're describing marriage, man.
Well, the thing is that even with marriage and or what Dip Catcher was saying is that if everything's pulled together with bubblegum and fucking MacGyver willpower, if you start to actually unravel the tape, you realize what you got to do. Now, do I realize that there's probably an adaptation of launching at a bear? Is there an adaptation of watching what's going on right now? Is there an adaptation of merging their new, not to use the word merge again, but like taking their code block and actually assimilating it into what they're actually doing with the fixes that they did with Geth or anything else like that? It's the same way that we handle game dev. And you just have to think about it like that. Instead of looking at it about finance, look at it like tech. And tech is hard. And it takes time. And if you fuck up, one whoopsie will get you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so I hopped in this chat because I'm literally live streaming right now on YouTube, and someone said that they're talking about the fork tweet and what, like, so does anyone, like, why wouldn't that work? Like, why can't we just fork Ethereum as is, implement the like supply scaling and like the deflation, like the 0% inflation mechanism?
It's the same thing what I just said about code merging, right? So if I'm a game dev, right, and I'm working on a project, and Unreal posts a new update, we have to choose what we merge in. Then we have to basically bridge out and take mainnet offline, and then have all of our employees work, and then figure out if this shit doesn't break something else that no one's seen before. This is standard practice in game dev, in film, in software, especially with software that's so relatively new that everything is bleeding cutting edge that you say today, it's gone tomorrow.
Marketing.
Yeah, I mean, because
okay with like 4 world's largest airdrops, 5, 6. Is Pulse Chain losing ground? Seriously,
gives a shit about Ethereum.
Yeah, but no, but the thing is that they're all forking based on miners. It's not forking based on proof of stake. You're missing the point.
Yeah, but they could.
They could, but
two empires of who has the
yeah,
position.
but sir, it's the same problem with games, right? Just because you can think you can make a game doesn't mean it's not going to suck.
Mhm.
I know. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm super anti-EVM. I fucking hate it. I think it's trash code base.
Why? It's awesome. When has it not worked?
When has it not worked?
Yeah.
Vitalik said that he wanted his fucking coins back. And then he got them back.
But that wasn't EVM related. That was consensus.
Yeah, I mean, you know, then proof of stake is like, you know, consensus.
Yeah, but just like I said earlier, the fucking people are staking ETH 2.0 when you can get their coins back until after Shanghai. So
That's if the government gives them back, man. With this level of centralization, it really is risky.
I ain't disagreeing with that. I ain't disagreeing with that at all, sir. And the really thing that sets apart Pulse Chain, besides trying to innovate and time the bear, is it launches at zero. It is not a security or it's not a taxable event if it launches at zero. All these other EVM forks, technically you got value at time of fork.
No way, man.
Am I saying they're going to be able to track it? No. But I'm saying that is perpetual.
Dipcatcher, how do I fudge you out of coding on Ethereum and get you into Chia?
You really are a Chia pusher. I do really like the idea. I do like the idea of proof of hard drive. I think proof of T-share is more fucking powerful, but I do like the idea.
Then code the hex math on Chia. Who cares?
Well, the thing that why I'm not like quick to just jump onto some of the thing is because like the thing that matters is the financial network effect. Like I never heard of Chia till you just said that. And like, so what, like you don't want to build somewhere where you have to like onboard users onto that. Like the less like new user onboarding you have to do, the better. And so like, you know, that's kind of the main reason too. Like there's nothing wrong with Ethereum. There really isn't. Like you really can't name anything other than it's so great that so many people want to use it that it becomes expensive sometimes.
No, I could like fud the fact that the coins can broadcast messages that they have no reason to broadcast, which can lead to replay attacks in the first place. And there are ways.
No, I don't think that's what do you mean by that?
So like when you count tokens in the EVM, you can have adversarial code that allows a miscommunication that is essentially able to spend token without the ownership of the original domain to give any permission. You can have code written within those tokens so that it can create, I wouldn't call it double spend, I would call it like like not intended permission spend.
Well, that's what I said earlier with like, I was just spitballing. And I said, what would happen if you give an opt to your wallet on a different chain? They wrapped that authentication and then bridged it over and then unwrapped it based on the token that you interacted with. That, I mean, Tip is the more code per guy. I'm a game theory guy. So, but it wouldn't be improbable. You used to be able to use a 43-146 tone dialer to make the sound of a nickel hop into a fucking payphone and get free phone calls back in 93. So it's not improbable. But I do agree with what Dip was saying between Metcalfe's law and Moore's law and how they push the social consensus technology. It's smart to go to the least path of resistance.
Well, to address what he said about like that, it's not like a problem with Ethereum that someone can write malicious contracts. Like that's
oversimplifying the way that smart contracts contain the value in the tokens on EVM, and it's like not really something you'd run into unless it was obviously, like you were saying, like people can write adversarial code. I'm not saying like Ethereum's gonna just randomly fucking send your tokens around.
Mm-hmm.
I know, guys. I just want want everybody to love Chia. Okay, is that such a crime?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's great. You know, there's lots of stuff that's, but that's even like you want to be on something that is so good that it can be bad and people will still love it. Like, because it's like things can always come and improve, but like if something, it's like that's like the sweet spot where it's like it has certain qualities that are so redeeming that it can like tolerate other things that aren't so good.
Yeah,
Like,
but that's the same thing as Doge, right? The Doge dude fucking sold all of his fucking stack for a Honda Civic, 15 grand.
I may be off base here, but what I think what you're saying is that 0 to 1 Bitcoin to Ethereum, and then what is the next 0 to 1? And
Well,
there isn't any.
well, no, that's not necessarily true. So remember, the first crypto was EverQuest gold mine. The first NFT was an attachment in an email. Those are facts. So as technology advances, people understand how to harness that technology further and harder. So the question is, where are you at on your knowledge proofs, and where are you at in your understanding?
Yeah, so where is the next 0 to 1 is my question.
Well, here's my fucking question. How do you make Hex fucking cool? Because most people I go out with and I go out to the bars with and I start talking crypto, that's the fastest way to not get fucking laid. You understand? You understand? You understand? How do you make crypto cool? How do you fucking get it across to people?
All right, everyone, stop fucking yelling over each other. No, the answer is simple, bro. You don't talk about Hex, you talk about Maxi.
right. You know what's going on.
It's the old Trojan horse, baby.
Yeah, that's right.
No, but at the end of the day, it's a real question. So when crypto is sexy, you've already lost your opportunity. You're already the least biggest player in the game because now grandmas understand it. The opportunity of understanding the internet was when you had to fucking fuck around with Trump or Winstock and Windows 3.1. You understood then, you understood how tech worked, right? And same thing about people walking around thinking that they know what a metaverse is when they usurped Sanderson's fucking term for it, and you wrote that book in what, 92? AOL didn't stop airdropping CD-ROM trays or cup holders till what, 94? So you have to really, really understand the world before it. And if you want it to be sexy, well, then flex a little bit. People will eventually come to that. But if you actually understand the future now, you can create it.
It's
not just flexing.
You're out in LA, yeah?
Yes, sir. I'm actually directly near LAX. But
No, I'm from Middle Earth, okay? I'm from Middle Earth.
Damn it, back to locations.
Yep, that's why I dropped them. Fucking try me. Fucking say a city one more
beat
time.
me to it, man. I love it. Let's go.
You guys want to go have a geography test? Go do it.
Oh my God, guys, speaking of which, someone just minted 10 million hex into base. Holy shit.
Very awesome. I very much like that.
Wow.
Like just now?
He literally,
Was it you?
Golkey just texted me, is like, look at the base chart.
Can you give us a quick summary of what the totals are?
Yeah, so base is 36.62 million, Trio is 24.39 million, Lucky is 22.14 million, and DECI is 112.79 million. So total is 195 million hex in the pools, and then 50.38 million team has been minted.
Where's your mind at? I know you made all the shit, okay, but like, where's your mind at with team? Where do you stack it up with, let's just say, Maximus, okay?
So I mean, one, that the rule for only being able to mint team with Maxi, it was made that way to make it a very difficult decision. Intentionally. Like the whole point of all the minting rules is for it to be very difficult to part with your Maxi. Part of that was to try to, in a way, reduce participation, and also because it's so difficult and it really makes you think, it creates a scenario where everyone who chose not to mint team because they were like, oh no, the Maxi is just better, every single day for the rest of their life, they're going to be waking up and anxiously checking that price chart to see if they made the right decision. And so it's like this kind of like psychological pumpamental where like all the dry powder is just like FOMO fuel. So that's like a big piece of why the team, it's like it had to be something really desirable to part with, and something that like not many people could get. Because if like, it's you have to buy it first unless you already minted it, and there's only 294 million minted. So part of it is part of like just supply capping of team, and part of it just like, that psychological like feeling that like potential regret. Because like there's FOMO like when just like the price is running, but like if you chose not to do something that you had every chance to do and then it runs, that's just like way like that FOMO pump is probably gonna be way harder than just like regular garden variety FOMO. So that's like the main reason.
When Volky first sent me the white paper for Maximus, I didn't understand that it was a 1-for-1 hexman, so I was retarded. And I almost missed the boat, bro. I was like, because I get so many people in my DM saying like, hey, I've got this project. And I was like, okay. And I looked at it for like 15 seconds and I was like, something's not adding up. Shelved it. And then I heard him talking about it again. I was like, okay, okay, let me read this. Oh, that doesn't sound so bad. Oh, that actually sounds there's a lot of benefits here. I didn't like understand that the liquidity like of ownership over Maximus was constant. I thought I was just like trading one locked up thing for another locked up thing, and man, I would have been that guy. For the rest of my life, I'd have been looking at shit like.
Yeah,
that's Catcher. Were you watching like all 5 saws or something before you decided to create this?
Saw?
I'm seriously asking because I feel like you went, let's play a game.
Let's play a game.
Oh, that movie. Oh, Saw. No, I've never seen those actually.
Group of scripting onto a T-share. And then what Dip and Goldcatcher did is the pooling with non-trustworthy. Like Mott's is in here. What's up, Molly? But like, if it wasn't for me knowing Motley and Vince so goddamn well, I wouldn't have put into Legion BC because I just don't trust shit. But what Dip and Goldkey did give you a trustless way to pool, and then from there they evolved and escalated that based on that terminology. And what Dip and I were talking on the car ride over, and I heard it other today. I mean, if let's just say we're speculating 15 years, right? So like Bitcoin's not even 15 years old, but in 15 years, ETH can only handle 2 to 4 15-year stakes per block. But I mean, that's what we were talking about in the car ride over, is the gas costs and the problem with all that. And then you developed a trustless way for people in the know that actually got in on Maxi when it was 1x versus 1 Maxi, and the premium bloats. And then from there, multiple utilities create on top of that. And that's the whole principle about being a hexagon inside instead of being an intel inside, is that you keep building and revolving on the entity of a T-share, which is basically on the next bull run, unobtainable, period. So if you have that, the derivatives of that is how you get stepping stones to try to catch up when you could never, ever catch up.
What are you hiding from, Skip Catcher? What are the no expectations that you're hiding from me now? Just come out clean. I know it'll feel better.
So like as far as like with the,
you thought of something. I read your little verbiage about like maybe, who knows, possibly in the future. I don't know. Maybe team things. Maybe you get something. I don't know.
Probably just gonna nuke the price, So expect that. Just kidding.
You can get down with that. That's all my Bitcoin bros. Get down with that.
I mean, there's everything is built as if it's the last thing that's ever built, but also everything is built in a way that enables it to be modularly extended upon, where like nothing changes with the existing operation, nothing needs any more things, but everything's built kind of with, just throwing, whether it's myself or just any other community members, kind of throwing them an alley-oop to be able to like carry forth things. Like for instance, with the just like a simple example, like in Maxi, like right now, there's no way to like pool money to help pay for the gas fee, like to reimburse the person that pays the gas on behalf of the contract. But, so rather than building that, I just simply added a public variable to the contract that reads, it reads out the address of whoever ended the stake. And so someone could come and write a contract that allows people to deposit ETH or Hex or whatever in a pool, and then that address can be flushed by whomever's address appears in the contract's stake ender field. So like things like that, where like, it's we don't need to build it today, and I don't need to individually build it, but somebody could build things like that. So like that's what I mean, like where it's, things just work as is, and then everything is always kind of meant to be like the last thing that ever gets built. But in the event that someone has some idea that can build upon it, it's very easy to just extend upon it. So
you leave hooks that you can allow you leverage to move other hooks forward.
Exactly. Yeah.
Catcher, did you ever use BitTorrent?
I do not.
Jesus, man, what a square! You probably pay for music, don't you?
I pay for iTunes and Spotify.
Okay,
yeah, you used F-serves back in the day.
Did I use what?
I was talking to the guy that talking about torrenting. You used F-servers back in the day.
No.
That's dial-up days. Well before LimeWire. Fucking Napster.
I think Napster was Napster and BitTorrent were my first.
No, so like the BitTorrent, I hate the fuck that every now and then it pops up with ads. I just dropped to a different one, but yeah, the good old days of torrenting. I've got 32 terabytes uploaded to CG Peer. It's been a closed, basically pirate barrier on Demon with CG edits. And
yeah, I brought it up because Zipcatcher said that he hadn't heard of Chia until I brought it up. Dude, the founder of BitTorrent is the founder of Chia.
The founder of BitTorrent, not Justin Sung, but is the founder. Founder. Interesting.
All right, I'll look up Chia. I'll look up Chia and give my thoughts.
Here's a quick and true story. That was pretty much like the first crypto I actually got into, just because of who created it and was farming it the whole 9 yards. And then I just says fuck all this shit and shut it down. And then I meet Orca, and Orca tells me, "Oh no, this is how Chia works." And I was like, "Fuck, let me set this shit back up." I'm literally farming Chia right now.
Hard drive. No, it's a very interesting concept. It's proof of hard drive instead of proof of T-share, which is what all the derivatives I X are based off. And proof of hard drive is you're going to have all this space. Now, I can tell you what the future currency of the metaverse is, which I cannot say, but it's not crypto. And proof of something else. And what you have to realize is that these future proofs bind and roll onto themselves into an avalanche.
Okay, so here's it. It says, 7 enticing benefits of Chia. Chia seeds may be small, but they're incredibly rich in nutrients, a staple in the ancient Aztec and Maya diets. These seeds have been touted for their health benefits for centuries. The antioxidants, minerals, fiber, and omega-3 fatty acids in chia seeds may promote heart health, support strong bones, and improve blood sugar management. Is that what you're talking about?
You don't get a single one of those benefits from the EVM. Not a single one. Nutritionally defined.
See all those things that it even listed. You could just eat some meat and you get all those things.
But then
You don't get the fiber. Okay, you just eat an apple.
No, we don't deal with grapples. None of us in the adult world actually deal with grapples.
Grapples or apples?
That's where you get a grapple. If you have an apple and it craps down on you, then it's a puncture. Yeah.
All right, dude. I'm on Chia.net, and it already lost me. Chia Network is building a better blockchain for real-world use. We are a secure, sustainable, and regulatory compliant block. God, shut the fuck up.
What do you want? Largest airdrop, be efficient, energy efficient. This the same thing, but without the largest airdrop and with actual security.
Yeah, but we all know that the energy efficient thing is just like this, like the psyop. Like that's just the like.
Correct.
It's like the messaging.
So if you go back to 2021 December, I gave an interview with Junkie J, and I talked about how to retrofit Flint, Michigan. And at the end of the day, if you have to fix the plumbing, why not build infrastructure on top of that? I go through this whole long stint of what a real NFT is, what a real use case is for these things. And at the end of the day, do I think that Chia has potential? Yeah, I think it's an interesting concept. But like Dip said earlier, it doesn't have product market user base, not product market.
Just because you guys don't know what it is doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I already told you it's personal hard drive. I was an ICO influencer in 17. I assure you, I know what it is. But
What's the price chart look like?
it's on.
You got it for free. You got it for free.
It's all good until a hard drive costs you $1,000.
That's the one thing that will not happen.
Yeah. Well,
What price did you buy in?
I didn't buy it. I just on it.
Yeah, everything I have, I farm. With the exception of overpaying for hard drive.
Well, I mean, so I've got like 32 terabytes of hard drives wrapped in bubble tape in my fucking room.
I have a petabyte.
There you go. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, people don't even know what a petabyte is. So, I mean, granted, if you're in crypto, you just like add another couple zeros and then you figure it out. But
Sometimes I eat Dino Bite chicken nuggets.
I have my bite Cheerios for breakfast.
Very nice.
Every now and then there's a one in there. They're all in there.
Listen, my only goal in crypto moving forward is that before the Maximus redemption end state, I'm going to convert and corrupt Dip Catcher to program the Chia.
I'll be a Chia maximalist just for you, dude.
How many days left to make?
So 7 days left to mint. 7 days and like 16 hours. It ends on Monday, the 26th at 5 p.m. Pacific. Or another way to think about that is as the day ticks over from the 26th to the 27th on UTC time.
Because everything runs off T-shirt price. So T-shirt users or UTP, everything moves.
Can't wait for Dip to be a Chia Maxi. It's gonna be so fun.
Oh my god. Chia.
Chia. Hey, Dip, why do you think half the team is staked and half the team isn't staked?
Let's see. Is it half? It's like less like it's like 68%. Yeah, so it's about like 70% is staked. Or no, let's see. 34 over 50. I should be able to do that in my head, but I'm stupid. 68. Yeah, so about 68% is staked. I think that, well, one, the Hedron deployer who minted 5,555,555 team is fully liquid. And that's like 11% of the total supply. So that drove it from like 75% to like 68. And then I think that people may be liquid kind of, either they just haven't staked yet. Cause like kind of, as long as you get it in before the end of the mint deadline, you can lock in. So I assume that leading up to that, it'll go up. But also, I mean, because the first year is going to be the smallest earning year ever. And so maybe people just aren't really going to stake this first year, which would be good for the people that do stake because it increases their earnings. But I mean, I don't know. Most of the team that is not staked, it's in a handful of addresses.
When Diamond Hand's coming out?
So The contract is done. It's currently undergoing audit, and the audit is scheduled to get back to me on the 22nd. And so we're going to be testing it on testnet this week, and then basically as soon as that audit gets back and they don't flag anything, then we're going to go live with it. So hopefully the 22nd. So you'll have like 4 days to time lock the perpetuals.
22nd is my birthday, Dip. So when you get your audit,
there you go. Just for your birthday.
there you go.
That's actually why we scheduled it that way.
I know it. You're a gentleman and a scholar, dear friend. You're a scholar.
You're welcome, TM. Royalties, please. I'll send you the address.
I have a question.
Perpetuals, you just have to stake it once, right? You don't need to restake it at the end of each period, right?
Yeah. If you do nothing, you just roll into the next stake, like in the next period. So yeah, you don't have to do anything. If you join, so if you do the diamond hand,
Diamond hands, right?
well, in diamond hands you do. So in diamond hands you have to renew every time.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
So you stake, let's say, Trio for 3 years, and then you need to restake it at the end of the period.
Yeah, if you want to join the diamond hand thing for that next period, but there's no penalty if you like late. If you don't do it before then, there's no penalty other than you're just not in the diamond hands game for that next period.
Wait, what are diamond hands? All I see is paper all
What's the
around.
period at the end of the 3 years? How long do you have? Do you have like a 2-week
So
sync
for
Trio?
so for base and trio, it's a 7-day period in between the stakes, and then for lucky and DECI is a 14-day period.
Very nice. It's going to be the most high stress 7 and 14-day periods of my life. Are you kidding me? The decisions, the speculation from now till then. What if I'm busy? Catcher? Can you please write some code that gives me an extra 24 hours? I am going to need it.
So I can, if you think that you're going to be busy, I can show you a way how to use a tool called Open Zeppelin Defender that actually lets you like operate a wallet that lets you like write scripts to like schedule transactions. So if you really think that you aren't going to be available during that period and like you really want to be able to roll your diamond hand into the next one, because that's the only reason you'd need to do that. Because like if you miss the deadline and you're just like regularly holding the pool tokens, like you can just sell like afterwards, like they're
Yeah, but I don't get my Hedron, right?
Well, so those don't get the Hedron anyways, because I would have basically had to have built this like the diamond hand system. I would have had to build something like that in order to distribute the Hedron to the people that were holding the coins during that period of time. Because like the Hedron, it interfered with the whole accounting system, and that's what because it repeats.
Pretty weak. I
No.
expected more of you.
Well, I mean, it's also it's also very I would have done it had the Hedron like for new stakes now been more. Like it's a tiny amount. It's small enough to where like if you really want the Hedron, you can just take maybe 1% of the money that you would have paid for gas to end the stake and just buy the Hedron, and you probably get more. So the Hedron is quite small relative to the whole. Like had the bonuses still been ongoing, I would have figured something out. But because it's so small,
It could have happened. You were so complacent.
Thank you very much. Back to the drawing board.
Have any of you guys thought about how the link token will be the staking token for OX Coast, which is actually pretty fascinating because actually minting a stable off of fucking ACH, which then bind to the liquid loan.
That guy's gonna be a genius one day.
Well, no, that's the one thing I love about it. Finally meeting Gold Pete and Dib. Fantastic people. Absolutely love what they're fucking doing. But if we can get all of us that are actually building and have knowledge bases on how to make all this stuff work together, then we can do something even more phenomenal. We are all Richard Hart then.
Meet me over on we'll do it.
Yeah, because
Or
we're all
we're actually releasing the real perpetual pools where you get your Hedron. Dip and I didn't want to share that. You heard it here first. Welcome to the exclusive space. Ice Cream Sunday.
Get your head in my underwear.
Dip Catcher, what made you so confident that there wasn't going to be any replay attacks on the Ethereum W and Ethereum Fair?
I proved it. I proved it to myself live on stream, where I analyzed the transaction hash that is produced by a ETH POW transaction, and I tried to. I didn't try to replay the transaction, but I tried to decode it on using like the Ethereum network API, like using the Web3 API that I use for all of the dApps. And if it was replayable, it would have been able to, you could have decoded that transaction hash, but you couldn't. And so that to me was proof that that it wasn't replayable. And then also I read the code that's, like the ETH POW code. I saw the changes that they made, and one of which was where they added the chain ID. It was a value that they called chain ID alt that was passed in to the transaction signer if it was an ETH POW, like if it was after the block that the fork had happened on that code, then it passed in the chain ID 10001, and so the signature mechanism, it wouldn't have they're separate. Like that's the whole point of the chain IDs. Like on ETH mainnet, it's 1. On Pulse Chain testnet, it's 941. They all have their own chain IDs, and that's part of the signature scheme. And so by looking at the code, and then I didn't trust the code. I just, I confirmed mathematically that it wasn't decodable on the mainnet. That's how I knew there wasn't risk of replay attack.
And does Ethereum Fair also include the chain ID
What'd you say?
in the transaction hash? Does Ethereum Fair also include it?
Yeah. So
Include the chain ID in the hash.
Who's echoing? But thank you, Dick Catcher. It sounds like you definitely spent quite a lot of time on the different variabilities.
Let's throw a quick question. How fast do you think they pushed it to market? Though there was it 10001 was BCH or whatever the fuck was, port of a chain or whatever the fuckery it is. How fast do you think they pushed that to market with the code base that you've read that also allows? Because I don't read code, right? I do theory. Versus what they actually did and forked with ETH, because miners are just miners. So basically, they conscripted someone to hodgepodge it, or we can even take the ETH F fork. How fast did they hodgepodge that comparatively to what the original fork was? Because apparently, ideally, they just fork.
yeah, I have no idea. I bet we could see by like looking at the because I mean there were edits that were like, so I mean some things had things that said like last edit was like 2 months ago or what, like, and so I don't know what was like old before the fork was imminent. Yeah, I truly have no idea what the
No. The reason why I correlated to like get back to game dev, right? So I use Unreal, that's my baby. But if you use Unity, which is a programmer-focused game engine, you'll literally buy an asset that's been on the market for 3 weeks, and then you download it, and the code's broken. And if you're not a coder, you can't fucking fix that shit. So you wonder how fast they push it to market, and then something inertially breaks due to the system evolving as the system does evolve.
Yeah, I mean, it like any number of things could go wrong with these, especially if they're like hastily done. I think, but generally like starting with the foundation of Ethereum and then making those changes, like from there, like maybe that captures most things. But yeah, that's kind of why I was kind of nervous about adding it, but because so many people wanted it, and the fact that there was like no risk of like the replay attack, that's a big deal because that would impact your mainnet stuff. But like with this one, it's like okay, if something critical goes wrong here, at least it's all just funny money that everyone got for free anyways. Maybe the people that are like buying the ETH POW tokens and then sending them in, maybe they're at risk. And like, and if they did that because we supported it, then then I could maybe feel sad for them. But like the fact that it's kind of isolated, and where like if something went wrong, it's like, okay, we didn't even have to get that fork in the first place. That was why I was okay to kind of tolerate that risk of just something, because who knows? Like I'm not going to read through the whole thing or even know where to begin. But so long as it didn't impact the mainnet, I mean, even though people definitely can, but it's like then it comes down to, it's not due to the blockchain, it's due to like people just like signing malicious transactions or like interacting with malicious contracts, and then in that case, it's like, okay, I know what, I'm just changing the chain ID. So like all the contracts are the same. Nothing with the contracts is changing from ETH mainnet to these POW ones. So like, and I remind people when you're interacting, even on our sites, which like, I'm have high confidence in that no one's going to be able to, hack the system that I, manages stuff in, and then insert malicious contracts that trick people into doing that. I still remind people, like, when you're signing the transactions, read the contract address and like double check it against the one that you see on Twitter across these things, to like even double confirm for yourself that you're interacting with the contracts that you think you are. So, there's that risk there, just that people could just get wrecked by just normal scammy stuff. But that isn't, you could do that on mainnet. That's not like unique to the fork. Maybe like people's like, kind of just being in la la land on this stuff could cause them to make mistakes, but that's like a mistake that you could otherwise make on mainnet. So that I wasn't too concerned with. Sometimes you got to let people take risk.
Right. And this is like where I would come to someone like you, because like I can poke holes into it with theory, because that's my day job. If you sign a contract and you off something on one chain, could you wrap that off almost as an NFT, because it's just a wrapper? It says you can do something, and then run it over just like Ringbridge. Could you wrap it off and then move it to a different chain and unwrap it so that authentication actually gets authenticated on a different chain?
Well, I don't think so, because the signature, like, it's like unique to the chain.
Okay.
Yeah. Where like, but you could like sign a because like when you're putting forth a transaction, like MetaMask is helping you sign it. Like the MetaMask is like basically helping construct the transaction hash that ultimately gets transmitted to the chain. Like, you don't need to do that like while you're on like on that net. Like, you could just generate the transaction for another network and then do it, but you would need the private key and public key pair. So like, it doesn't really matter where you are when you make the transaction or when you build that transaction signature. But if it's something that is valid on one network, if it uses the like chain ID mechanism, from like, it was like EIP 155 or so, I forgot which number it was, but like if you use that, then that transaction signature is only valid on the network that you like signed it for. So like, other networks could launch with like some type of collision there, but it's it's like nothing could sign something on one network and then broadcast it on the main net, which is kind of the one that matters. Like, if someone was to like, take your transaction on mainnet and then do something on some other network that like you may not even know about, like, what do you care? Right? Because like, if you don't know about it yet, then it doesn't really matter. I didn't hear that last bit.
Oh, sorry, I got my else flying over me. So, like, I was saying, mainnet's actually the main branch. So anything that has subsequent branches really doesn't matter. But if you could bring something from a subsequent branch over to mainnet and validate it, it's like having someone authenticate and co-sign something from someone else who did.
I mean, if someone, well, that may be difficult, like, because there's like this concept of like when it's building that signature, it's like you're not actually transmitting your private key. It's like you're signing a message that has it's that where the end result has like encoded in there in a way that like you can't unpack it to get the private key, but you can guarantee that a private key and a public key was used to create that. Or you like
from 3 different countries, right? One goes internationally, one goes domestically. So like you do on the stamp where it goes.
yeah, so like I don't think that's so much of a risk. That like, I mean, people can always like try to get you to sign transactions that you don't know what you're doing. But that does require deliberate effort on your end.
Sure,
Or
well, I mean, there's one more pop-up essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, if you're wrapping a transaction in a pop-up, let's say for example, with the ICASA stuff, you can mint all, and so like it runs every transaction. You wait and it pops, it waits and it pops, and it waits and it pops. It's fantastic for automating things, but at some point, if someone puts a malicious layer in something like that, you just keep clicking OK because you got bored.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, people can always hack like front ends, because that's not immutable. Like the website that you use to interact with the contracts, those aren't necessarily immutable. And they're, because like, I mean, to hack an immutable contract, like that's, if someone was able to do that, then it would be like, there'd be much bigger problems than like your transactions getting replayed. But someone hacking, your like Heroku account or wherever you host your site, maybe your email password is hackable, and they can, and you don't have good 2FA or something. And so like those things, those absolutely can happen. But I mean, people are most likely to lose their money by just making a bad trade. Like that's like the way that most people get wrecked. It's not from malicious actors. It's just like their own poor assessment of risk or like poor timing. Like that's like the main source of loss in crypto. It's like the hacks are kind of one-off thing. And usually when people are getting hacked, it's either they just fall right into like a simple trap, like with, like people like right now during our mint phase, there's people that stay in the chat groups and they wait for someone to ask some question about like, hey, I can't figure out how to connect my wallet to mint team. And then someone hits them in the DM with a fake profile of me, and they're like, oh, that link's broken, just go to this link. And the person's like, oh, this asking me to put in my seed phrase. Yeah, just do it. And the person's like, I don't know about that. He's like, I'm trying to help you, hurry up, I don't have much time. And they just like pressure them into putting their seed phrase, like things like that. It's kind of like low-hanging fruit where like they just prey on people that don't know better. Or there's also like highly targeted things. Yeah. But like for, those are the most likely ways that people are getting wrecked. Because a lot of these attacks would be very difficult to implement and unlikely to be able to get much. And so it's like those things are probably less likely to be encountered. Whereas like people clicking fake links from people that when they ask a question, like I can't figure this out, and then someone like those are high probability, and also just people just like getting wrecked on bad investments. But it's not even like getting scammed. It's just like getting wrecked.
Definitely agree. Well, it's the same thing as like the dusted airdrop that people got with the corrupted hex hack that had what in the airdrop that had a URL. I didn't have time to shit. I don't even touch my bags.
Kick token. Who remembers that?
Yeah, it's just like, oh, let me tell you about how you need to extend your warranty on your car, and all you gotta do is fish those people out. But it's an economy to think about like how you're doing the social engineering to get people to do that. All right, gents. I really, really, really do have to sleep because I get up and go to work. Dip, let's get together this week because I got some massive things I want to talk to you about.
Yeah, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, dude, absolute fucking pleasure to hang out with you in Vegas. Even better that we hopped in the same goddamn taxi.
I know, that was perfect. That was like the great way to crescendo the trip.
Perfect timing, sir. And you're a gentleman and a scholar, and you hit me up this week. And everyone else, have a fantastic evening and be safe with all the kerfufflery going around.
Thanks, brother. We'll talk to you soon.
Get some sleep. Kerfufflery. Good night, sir.
Be good.
Yeah, I just checked. This is the first time my COSA's been below $1 now.
Oh my God.
Flood in the markets.
Well, I just sold 3 NFTs that I created, so I'm rich, bitch.
Oh, really?
It's definitely Macy's. I'm Rick James.
Almost recouped as much as the gas fees to confirm the approvals. Let's go. Famous artist now.
I want to own one. Send the link.
Nope, we gotta find it. It's top 2 alpha. 3 of the 9 are taken, so only 6 remain.
What is the, so for, what is the, like, what's the ICOSA staking yield been? Like if you had bought ICOSA or like minted ICOSA day one?
ICOSA yield's been pretty strong overall.
It like, so from the, I'm just looking at the, like the chart. So day one, the price was like about $2. If you had minted ICOSA that day and then staked it, would you have gained, what would that be, like 100%?
Let me pull up where I'm at on it right now. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I got one question.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell did Wales post? The fuck is ETH F?
Oh.
ETH fair?
Well,
You're the bullish. Bullish is fucking.
yeah, Bullish let me know about it. It's just another fork of Ethereum. And if you go to epow-team.maximus.cash, you can mint your team tokens on ETH fair. That the Epal. Yeah, literally.
Pretty much.
And
by the time Pulse Chain launches, we might have 6.
God damn.
I might just fork this shit tonight and launch it tomorrow.
If you want fork your mother.
I said it earlier. I was like, everyone's just gonna fork. It's gonna be like the next ICO craze.
It is.
The shady forks. The shady forks.
Look what I just added to the.
I'm on Pulse Chain Light. It's lower calorie fork of Pulse Chain.
That would be nice. It really would be.
The real question then is, when are we gonna spork?
We're not ready yet. That's Web 4.
See, but what's cool about Pulse Chain is it's and these systems they fork, they're kind of like chopsticks where they like two things in parallel. They can kind of work together, but you don't need to be together, but maybe together you can kind of pick up your piece of sushi better. I don't know, but like that's what's cool is like the chopstick even better than a fork.
You know what's even better than chopsticks? Don't you, Dip Catcher?
Chopsticks with small like hand things on the tip of them.
Yes.
The chopstick with the rubber band and the piece of paper in between.
You gotta put 2 springs in there. Make a little springy chopsticks.
You guys are degenerates.
Chopsticks for feet?
They're just called spring sticks.
You guys are the worst.
Yeah.
In like 10-15 minutes here, I'm heading to bed, but I just want to thank everyone for coming to Ice Cream Sunday. If you didn't catch it, Dip Catcher said that he's a Chia Maxi now, so take the whole bags day one. No one's gonna be there to buy them anyway. I promise. Totally believe me. The sources trust me, bro.
Hey, maybe we'll launch a stake pool called Chia just for you, dude.
That would be nice, and then you could throw the incentive token in there, and I don't know. crazy. Like I don't know. We gotta find a way to make this incentive.
We're gonna fork Ethereum tonight, and we're gonna call it Ether Chia.
That's disrespectful to Chia. Keep your dirty EVM technology.
Kebab chain.
That's my new dieting strategy. Jesus.
I keep forgetting I'm literally on like YouTube Live right now.
Ethereum Fair transactions. It looks like they still have the EIP 1559 and potentially the bomb might still be in it. Just to let you know.
The bomb with the silver in it? Tell me about the bomb with the silver in
The
it.
difficulty bomb.
Yeah, that's a problem.
So how does that work out in the end?
Well, if they don't just fork away from that, they're going to end up running into a delayed challenge. Yeah, puzzle that they can't really solve within
They're just
anyone's
going to
lifetime.
bleed thoroughly until they die.
So Dipcatcher, to answer your question earlier, roughly I had 2,000 ICOSA in this wallet staked, and it's yielded about 250 ICOSA and 35 million Hedron.
Okay, so the ICOSA is like about 12% over that. It's been like what, a month now, and the Hedron. How many units of Hedron?
35 mil.
What's your seed phrase?
Times 0.1234533. It's about 115. So measured in ICOSA, that comes out to be like what, like 365 or like worth like 365 ICOSA, roughly. If at the price of, if ICOSA is $1 and Hedron is 0.00003, then yeah, that comes out to like 365 equivalent units of ICOSA out of 2,000. So that's like, if it's 365 over 2,000, like 18% APY, or not APY, but 13% yield so far. And so that's kind of countered like part of the dip in price. I mean, just depending on when you actually acquired it.
Yeah, and a lot of people got in around $2, but we've also seen some corrections in the market since then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you can all thank cookies for that. I know what you did.
Well, I'm going to correct it to 0.
Well, at least it doesn't look like the Chia chart.
Yeah, man, it'd suck if all of that stuff was free.
I guess that's what a free, something that's perpetually free.
Perpetually free, yeah. The cost is like virtually nothing. It's very efficient, and you'll see, man. You'll see. Once I'm gonna just drop little 2-minute reads for you that say, "Here's $1,000. Now you're Chia Maxi." Have to accept those terms. Sorry, it's an immutable contract.
Where can I read about this diamond hands thing? I haven't heard of that yet.
Here, I'll send a.
I can't get you back up here, Bullish. It shows you as a co-host still. I'm gonna remove you.
Okay, let's tweet this, and then I'll share it in this thing. We will be testing diamond hands on testnet this week.
On the Chia testnet.
Yeah, we're forking to Chia.
Added security.
Okay. Tweeted it, and then let me share this in this group. Okay. I just added it to the group thing. But it's very.
Does anybody have any information on the Ethereum Fair
Nexus, Gas Tracker, stuff like that?
No, all I have is the testnet or the block explorer. That's all I've really looked at.
CoinGecko and Dex Screener will be adding support. And hopefully we can convince Alex to add support too.
How many holders are there, Bullish? 12?
Well, their block explorer is like their updating is delayed. So it's not showing the exact amount, but there's like pretty much transactions happening every minute as far as buying hex.
Probably the same number of holders as Chia.
You are so disrespectful. It's unbelievable.
I was just playing with you, dude. I'm gonna follow you back, so maybe you can drop the Chia Alpha and I'll become a Maxi.
Following me. You know who else followed and then unfollowed me was fucking Jesse from Liquid Loans and wherever he is now with Power City. I was like, okay, man, I see how it is. Now that I'm not rocking all these followers, I'm like a leper out here. Fair enough.
Oh, maybe because I mean, isn't it
Don't
obvious?
justify it. Don't justify it, man. Don't justify this behavior. This Maximus behavior.
Fine, but you know it's obvious.
I know what the problem is.
Yeah.
It's all these damn dirty apes. All right, you guys. I'm calling it a night.
All right, dude.
It was awesome to hear your freaking voice.
It's great talking to you guys. You guys are hilarious, and this is a lot of fun.
You gotta come over soon. Campfire. Smoke.
Beer smoke. I'll be there.
And
Dip Catcher and then Chia info. And you're gonna be like, okay, I take back all of my very rude things about the price chart, and I'm a Chia Maxi, and we're
I
gonna.
have no idea what you're talking about. But that's what you should do.
All right, dude. Yeah, let me see all that.
Oh, I will, man. I can't wait. It's gonna be great. Dip Catcher just totally dropping all of you kids off at the pool to become a Chia Maxi. It's great. All right, you guys. Have a good night.
See you, dude.
Peace.
Later, man.
Rolling Zoku says shirtless dip catcher is hot. God. Holy shit. It's still going on nice. I feel like I wasted all this time. I was chatting in that Twitter spaces instead of working on diamond hands, and now I'm tired. Thanks for the compliment, Rolling Zoku. Hexlove says, you and Google keep done amazing work. Thank you so much. You have too. Grateful to have you along for the ride. Should I go to bed or should I try to keep working on this? God, someone's goofing off. Way too much goofing off. Got on stream. I was going to rage code on the Diamond Hands DApp, but instead I built fucking support for Bullish's idea of Ethereum Fair, a fork that apparently, from what they just told me on that Twitter space, is probably going to break. Hexla says, bed, dude, rest in me system. I asked to use lotion. So not really. Sometimes, like, when my wife's like, put lotion on, I will, but I kind of have this feeling that you shouldn't put anything on your skin unless you would eat it. And so I wouldn't eat most lotions, so I am kind of sensitive about putting that on my skin. So I don't usually use lotion. If I get sunburned really bad, I do, but I don't really get sunburned too often anymore. Yeah, Hexum knows what's going on. Parabens, chemicals. Yeah, like if you wouldn't eat it, then probably shouldn't put it on your skin. Twitter spaces are worth it though. Yeah, I mean it's a lot of fun. All right, you guys. Hexlove says get to bed to rest the immune system, and that I will. Thank you so much for sticking with us today, and we will see you guys tomorrow.